Hello, everybody. It's me. You can't see my face. All you can see is stuff on the table. Um, so I got asked to do this by a couple of people in the Discord. You know, it wasn't like everybody was demanding I do this. Um, but I figured it was a nice way to just chill, relax, hang out with you guys, and you know, just have some have some talks, have some chats, have a good time. Before we start, I am by no means a professional. I am not even good. I am just a guy that really likes Battletech and mechwarrior and all the things that go with it. And this I've been playing since I played every day since 19, well, not every day, but started playing in about late 1990, early 1991, and played all the way until somewhere right around 1999, 2000. I think I found some old pictures of us, and on those old cameras, it would put the date, and it was 1999. It was I want to say November of 1999. So I think we played another year-ish. It was me and it started out as like 10 friends or so, but it as people grow up and get girlfriends and get married and all of that, things kind of change, and you can't do all the things that you want to do, right? So here we are. Um, you know, just hanging out, having a good time. I always wanted to paint models. I had, for those of you that know or don't know, I really wanted to get into Dungeons and Dragons. A lot of my friends were playing Dungeons and Dragons at the time, and games like Magic, The Gathering, and I wanted to play too. Magic was a little bit easier to get my parents to let me play, whereas Dungeons and Dragons was a hard no for my parents. You got to rewind the clock to the 90s, and we had, at the time, my parents are very religious. I'm religious to an extent, but there's a lot of things going on with the occult, and in the late 80s and early 90s there was a couple of how do I describe it, murders related to Dungeons and Dragons. So yeah, that was a hard no. And you know what, I forgot something. I'll be right back. I forgot some paper towels. I'll be right back. I'm back. So as I was saying, it was a hard no for the Dungeons and Dragons, the D&D stuff. So I was at the local game store, and I saw a box of Battletech 3rd edition sitting there, and I grabbed my couple packs of Magic cards and went home to the parents and said, hey, you said no Battletech, but do you want would it be okay if I played Battletech? And told them what it was about. And they said, yeah, sure. It's fine with us. And thus began my love for Battletech. Trying to find a good spot to put chat where I can still see it. Pushing buttons in the chat. Because I want to be able to see where the camera is. All right, you guys can mostly see. Mostly, I think. So, yeah, that was where my love for Battletech started. And God bless my grandma. She bought me the box set, which at the time I believe was 50 or 60 bucks. I mean, I had to do chores around the house, which around her house, which, you know, it's whatever. I mean, you got to work for it, right? So that's what I ended up doing. And here we are 2.5 decades later, and I still love Battletech. I haven't played the tabletop game in 15 years-ish. I still have all my rule books, all my minis. I was always terrified at the time of trying to paint them. So I never did. And I tried a while ago to paint my minis, and it didn't work out so well. Those 3rd edition mechs from, I think it was probably boxed up in the 80s, possibly. They are tiny. No, I'm not painting a wall. I'm not painting a wall. Let's see, how does this look? I need a real wet palette. This is a cheap made at home wet palette. It's on my list. It is on my list. And this blue is not the blue I want, but we got to make do with what we got, right? So what I'm going for here is one of the houses is House Steiner of the Lyrian Commonwealth, and they have this unit called the Lyrian Guard, and they run in blue and white. So we're just gonna start filling this in and do some blue and white. Now I was never a Steiner fan. When I first started playing, I have a deep love for samurai, and I was at first a Draconis Combine guy, and that's what I played for a while. And then I discovered Comstar, who, if you don't know, Comstar is I'll steal it from Tex. They're like space AT&T, and they control in universe all the communications. Oops, I got blue on the foot. Let's get that off as quick as we can. And they're pretty cool. I like them. They got more technology than the other houses. And of course, they get to do all the espionage because they hear everybody's, they get to do everybody's communications, right? So that is pretty cool. And they set standards as far as in world or in game money goes. So they're pretty cool. There's not much. There's not much more to really say about them. Oh, well, yeah, there is kind of. They are um, technological wizards. No, that's not it. Technological religious zealots, sorta. They turned operating technology into a religion, um, and made it so that nobody else knew how to operate it. So, anyways, I played Comstar for a while, and it was kind of interesting how we ran it, but I got to know, not in detail, but like what people were going to do before the other players did when declaring campaigns against one another. So that was interesting. And you know, I did that for a while. And then these guys came out called the clans, and I thought they were awesome. Their warrior ways, the discipline, the the honor stuff, the way they did their surnames and everything. I loved everything about it. And I started playing as the clans, and I didn't know much about them, but I was a Jade Falcon guy, and only for only one reason. I thought their logo was amazing. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put on some music. We're gonna do that here in a minute. Um. So yeah, I was a Jade Falcon guy. Picked them out because I thought their logo was cool, and just kind of went from there. Wasn't until I got a few books that I realized Jade Falcons were, even in the clans, were kind of assholes. So I didn't play them anymore after that. Went back to being Comstar. People didn't like that I switched, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Now, I am going to go back over the head with a smaller brush. Right now, I'm just kind of trying to define the left-hand side with this blue here. And we're putting it on real thin because once it dries, I'm going to be going back over it and hitting it with a second coat. I want this blue to really stick and pop. That makes much sense to you guys. And yes, I am doing the missile launchers now. Okay. So this unit in particular that I'm building, or that I'm painting, this is called an Atlas. This is the biggest and heaviest of all the mechs in game. What's up, Cannot? Um, I should let me take that back. They're not the biggest and heaviest in the game. They are one of the biggest. They're called assault mechs. This one in particular weighs about 100 tons. Trying to get some music going. Some appropriate music. Oops. Oh my god. Hold on a second. I'm all crowded up here. You guys just let me know if that's too loud. Back up here. This is what you would call a, this one is like how they break the lines, really. It's a slow-moving, gigantic, heavy armored, heavy firepower machine. And, it's got this cool skull on its face. You can't really see. My camera just does not want to pick it up. There we go. We're gonna paint that as well. This thing has so much armor that this thing, it's called a Locust, this is a 20-ton mech. They're fast-moving scouts, light hit and run type mechs. This guy, he has as much armor as this guy weighs. So, the Atlas is it's a mech that when you see coming at you on the battlefield, you may as well just kiss your ass goodbye, because it's going to be a bad day for you when this Atlas opens up a salvo on you. It's this is really loud in my ears. Let me fix this. As I said before, you guys will just have to let me know if the music is too loud. And I'm kind of, as I said, I'm kind of cramped up in here. As I said, a few people wanted me to do this. I found a way to do it, and it's not the most comfortable, but we'll make do, right? We'll make do. Now, as far as lore goes, think of, how do I describe it? It's kind of like, it's kind of like Game of Thrones in space. So at one point there was what I lovingly call the Space UN, and the Space UN guys kind of kept the peace, so to speak. And there was a big civil war. I don't want to get into it unless you guys are super interested in hearing about it, but there was a big civil war. The Star League fell apart, and the 5 major houses all wanted to be L number 1. So they, what's up, Jim? They all wanted to, you know, run the show. And, of course, the other houses were like, yeah, hell no. We're not going to let you do that. And, ever since then, they've been fighting. Lore-wise, what they called the Succession Wars lasted... Oh, wow, that's real watery. The Succession Wars lasted 300 years with almost no breaks. And, yeah, that's really light. That got really watered down. We might have to just get more straight paint on there. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to be doing a second coat anyways. So, it's not a huge deal. I'm going to have to get my makeshift handle here soon, too. Running out of places to hold. You know what? We'll do that now. We'll do that now. We'll get the makeshift handle out now. Diz, what's up? We're gonna need more straight paint. That got a little watered down. And I'm gonna need my smaller brush to get in, get into the legs. But yeah, this is something I've always wanted to do. I was always just too terrified to do anything about it. So now that I'm older and I realize you shouldn't give a shit what other people think, that I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it. And if it sucks, it sucks. And I don't really care. Because if I'm happy with it and I'm proud of it, what does it matter what other people think, right? So, yeah, that's been my journey with painting. Trying to get in between his legs, giggity. Plus, there's a couple of spots I don't, well, one spot in particular, I don't want blue initially. So how's your guys' Sunday going? Oh, I know. I know you will. I know you will. And I am fine with that. Now I'm going to try to carefully not get blue on this one panel. I want to leave that one white. Hell, if I screw up, I just have to put on like 5 coats of white, right? Hold on, I can't. But I hope you guys are all having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Sunday. I almost forgot what day it was already. And everything I have learned so far has been from doing a few other models earlier in the week that I think turned out mostly okay. And of course, YouTube, because YouTube can teach you a lot. Oh, that's amazing. I love when the in-laws decide to take the kiddos. That's actually where my kiddos are at right now, is at the in-laws. Otherwise, this would be a lot more difficult to do. Which, by the way, for those of you that have been kind of keeping up with my personal life, next Wednesday is a big day for us and the family. So there will be a channel announcement probably made that Thursday as to what's going to be going on with me in the immediate future. I'm not quitting. I'm not going anywhere. Just things are going to be a little bit different for a while. For those that may be interested, this music is from the MechWarrior 2 soundtrack. And if I wasn't playing, I don't like this brush for that. If I wasn't playing the Battletech tabletop, I was definitely playing MechWarrior on my PC. Definitely had a lot of fun with that game. Beat it multiple times as Wolf and Falcon, upping the difficulty, of course, every time I played. But as you know, I think that came out in like 1996 or 1997. Computer AI at the time wasn't that good, so we're gonna have to go back. I don't want to rip that paint. Yeah, I enjoyed that game and the subsequent DLC that came out for it. Well, I can't say DLC because it wasn't a downloadable content. It was go to the store and buy it. Ghost Bear Legacy. That was really good. That's probably where a lot of me learning about the clans came from, was that game in particular. But here's the thing. Around that time is when I started buying books and learning what the clans were and getting further source material from the game. And I started to understand the clans really suck. Like they talk about honor and duty and whatnot to the warrior caste, and it turns out they're assholes. They're literal assholes. So yeah, it's not people that you would want to hang out with. It turns out they are not nice people at all. I mean, nobody in the Battletech universe is really a nice person, but these guys are really not nice. They have a very, even in barbaristic warfare, where, you know, nukes and chemical weapons are kind of like, how many? They're not good people at all. See, the Great Houses, they in the first Succession War, the Great Houses, they went after each other with just about everything they had in their arsenal. Mechs, tanks, infantry, aerospace assets, aka fighters, like jet fighters. They also used warships and did a lot of aerial bombardments or orbital bombardments, wiping out entire planets, cities, battalions of mechs. And they did this rather frequently. It's one of those things where they didn't mind pushing a button and claiming victory, planting a flag and claiming victory over the ashes of said planet. But the clans kind of took this and they kind of turned warfare into a pseudo game. I'll explain here in a minute. I got a little bit blue where I didn't want it. Let's see if we can wick that up. Otherwise, I have to repaint over that spot a bunch of times. Yeah, that's looking pretty nice. I don't know if you guys can see that. You like my makeshift handle? It's a prescription bottle with some blue tack on it. Very, it's very lovely stuff, let me tell you. You just got to be careful. Don't let your mech sit on it for too long. So when it's drying or dried and you can actually handle it, if you're using blue tack, remove it, because it likes to really stick to the bottom and is very hard to get off. So I try to, as soon as they're done, hold on, concentrating. So as soon as they're done, drying, I try to take them off immediately. I don't want them to dry. So I want to do some blue accents. I'm going to get it started because white will be easier to paint over if I make a mistake, or excuse me, blue will be easier to repaint if I make a mistake on the white side. So I'm going to do that now. Just not a lot of dry spots for me to put my finger. Yeah, if you guys want to know more about the lore, I'll tell you anything and everything I know about the lore, which really is only up to the clan invasion, the Battle of Tukiad, a little bit of, I think it's called Operation Bulldog, and the forming of the Second Star League. Outside of that, or after that, kind of gets a little murky for me, because even though the lore in the game was still continuing forward at the time, me and my friends were really still trying to play out our campaigns that we started with each other. And so we never really went past the Battle of Tukiad, which is where the clans got stopped. But I really enjoyed that setting with the clans. Made it very interesting. Honestly, it's funny that you mention it. So there are 20 clans. There's 20 clans, and they each have their own unique personalities, so to speak. And one of them is called Clan Ghost Bear. And they actually love what they call ancient Terran North American football. They love it. And in the lore, they rolled up on a planet and were like, hey, we're going to take you over. And of course, that planet was like, yeah, no, thank you. We don't want to get taken over by you guys. So, thanks, but no thanks. And they said, well, you have to answer our challenge, and you have to declare what you're going to defend with. And the opposing side was, okay, we kind of know how you guys operate, in which I'll give you guys details if you would like to the way they operate. They were like, fine, if you want us to defend against you guys and we get to choose the terms, we want you guys to play American football. And they were thinking that the clans wouldn't have a clue as to what American football was. Hey, what's up, JT? And, well, Clan Ghost Bear, they have these guys. So in the clans, every profession is genetically modified. So if you are a mechwarrior, you know, one of the guys piloting that, you are genetically modified to pilot that. If you are a scientist, you are genetically modified to be smarter. If you are an aerospace fighter, you are genetically modified to be smaller, have faster reflexes, etc., and be able to withhandle Gs. If you are what's called an elemental, which, if you can imagine, they probably stand about as tall as the bristles of my. They're about 10 to 12 feet tall, and they are in these battle armors, and they're specifically designed to ambush and shred mechs up. And the Clan Ghost Bear guys were like, cool, you guys want to play American football? That just happens to be our favorite. They didn't tell them that. We're going to send our elemental team down, 8-foot tall, genetically modified humans to play football with you. So yeah, we're good. We'll play. And, well, needless to say, it did not work out so well for the defending team. or the defending planet. They lost that football game very badly. And I will say, though, they decided to do so honorably, as the clans would say. They lost with honor, if that's a thing. I'm gonna have to get out the little brush for that again. And that is fine. Just gonna coat this up. I heard a cosmic. I haven't looked at your message yet, good sir. I will in just a moment. Let me get this side done. Waiting for the blue to dry on this Atlas, so we can do a second coat. There's a lot of blue going on that big bad boy. And I see a few spots I missed anyways. Get the blue on these guns here, on this little locust. Oh, my bad. Hold on. This whole thing is like... and the wire is desperately trying to pull my camera around. You know what? What if I put you right there? You should block it, right? Yeah. Can you guys see now? A little bit better? I have a very large brush for this. So I'm just trying to cover as much area as I possibly can. As I said, you gotta very much thin this, and you want to put on 2 thin coats. You don't want to just glob it on there. Otherwise you lose all the details in these mechs, and you want to keep those. You want to keep those details. Very much want to keep those details. I don't know how much we'll get through this, because I'm not like trying to speed paint by any means. Just trying to, you know, just paint and hang out with you guys. You know, as I said, a few of you guys asked if I would do it, and I found a way to do it. It's a little cramped how I'm doing this, but it works. It works. You guys can mostly see what I'm doing. I hope you guys can hear me. Though I'm sure I would have seen in chat already if you guys couldn't hear me. In case you guys can't tell what I'm doing, is honestly, I'm just trying to block this thing off in sections, work on a section, and then kind of move on before applying more paint. Kind of want to It's kind of like, I guess, mowing your yard, right? You don't do the whole yard in one shot. You kind of gotta section it off and do a little bit at a time. I mean, I guess it also depends on, you know, are you using a push mower? Do you have a big yard? Do you have just a little square that your dog goes out and shits on every day, or what? Cathartic? Yes, it's very cathartic. I know some big words. Whether or not I use them in the appropriate way is a matter entirely different. My wife, I jokingly refer to her as my walking thesaurus. She like knows all the words and their meanings without having to look them up. And there was a time when I used to doubt her, and I would, you know, this was before we had smartphones. I would grab a dictionary and be like, there's no way. Crap. Let's see if we can fix that real quick. Get as much blue as we can off of that. It's just spreading it. Well, that's all right. We'll just put a couple of extra coats of ivory there. That's the other thing too. Like, for those of you that want to do white on anything, oh, nice, Cosmic, nice. I did most of my chores earlier today, but the wife, the wife kind of knew what I was planning to do. So she didn't really mind as long as I did the stuff I said I was going to do today. And I woke up early and got it done. Got it done right away so I could hang out with you guys and chat nerd stuff. I think this Loki, or this Loki, jeez. This locust is gonna look pretty badass once we get done with it here. Careful not to go too far over on this blue. Messed up again. That's okay. That's okay. That is a-okay. When you're doing this, you really push that around. You really just want to take your time. Do it right. You know, there are paints that allow you to do this faster, like speed paints and contrast paints and whatnot. But when you're just starting off in a hobby like this, unless you have expendable money, don't go running out and buying hundreds of dollars worth of paint, because more than likely you're not going to use them right away. You're not going to know what to use. Like, they look nice and you're like, oh, I'm going to use it for this, and then you end up not using it, or you don't know how to use it appropriately. So start with basics, learn what you're doing, learn what works for you, what doesn't work for you, and just start off with basic colors. You don't need these $12 and $15 pots of paint laying around that you're not using, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to do my cockpits with, I think it's called Turbo Dork paint, but I'm not spending $15 on a bottle of paint that I'm going to use to cover millimeters, literally millimeters, on a plastic miniature. It makes no sense to me to do something like that. Now, if you're doing it regularly, like you're painting these things all the time, then yeah, go for it. If you truly have a love for the hobby, go for it. But if you have expendable money when you're first starting out, go for it. But for me, I figure start with some basic sets, learn how the paint works, learn from my mistakes as I paint, and expand my paint range from there. Right? Because what's the point of buying all this stuff if you're not going to use it? Or buying expensive paint that you don't know how to use well yet. I'd much rather learn how to use it well. Oh yeah, exactly, JT. I bought 2 basic packs of paint. I bought Vallejo Model Color starter pack, and it comes with like 20-ish bottles of paint. I'm gonna need, speaking of paint, I need more paint and a touch of water. That's the other thing too. A lot of people don't talk about it on the YouTubes. Make sure you rinse out your brushes every once in a while you're painting. You don't want them to dry out. You don't want paint that somehow gets up further than the first third to half of your brush to get... Sorry, the camera moved, but I need my water. So you don't ruin your brushes. Now, this is just a cheap... You know, I bought a pack for like $6. At either Hobby Lobby or what's it called? Walmart. So I'm not that worried about it, but I want to get in the habit of taking care of my brushes. You don't want to get in the habit of abusing your brushes, and then you get a really nice, you know, Kolinsky and or I can't remember some of the other ones that are out there, but that's, you know, one of the ones I hear get thrown out a lot. And then have your nice new expensive brush get ruined in the first few painting sessions you have. That's not good, right? So take care of your brushes, and they'll last more than a session. Had a little bit too big of a glob on there. Spread it around. Be fine. Yeah, exactly, Canop, exactly. I don't need... Look, when I get better at doing this sort of thing, I'll buy a nicer brush, a collection of nicer brushes. But for right now, I'm an amateur that's essentially just slapping paint on. I don't need a $19, $20 brush right now. Let me learn the basics. Let me see what works. what doesn't work, what is terrible, what's good, and go from there. So this guy's leg, it's just about done. I just got to go back and do the other half of the antenna I forgot. And then I got to I'm going to have to paint this one spot a lot with white. Oh, as I was saying earlier, those of you that want to paint white, I would highly, highly recommend, like if you're going for a pure white, I would highly, highly recommend you put down ivory or another cream white, right? It'll take better if you have a different color primer, like you only had gray or a tan. Put a cream over it. It'll take that white a lot better and in fewer coats. And that's kind of what you're looking for. Ask me how I know, because I painted some mechs that recently just got out of some simple green. I painted them white, and before I had white primer, I primed one gray, and putting bright white on it did not work out so well. It was not very good looking. And no matter how many times I hit it with the white, it just that gray kept showing up underneath. So yeah, I highly recommend you don't do that. Not unless you like painting white forever and ever and ever. That's what you're going to end up doing. Find a good way to get bottom here. There we go. Good spot for the blue to start. Is it perfectly even? No. It's okay. It'll work. It will work. It will definitely work. All right. That is looking pretty good. Cut the edge of his feet real quick. All right. So as you can tell, we're kind of going for, lore-wise, Lyrian Guard, and they are half blue. Well, 2/3 blue, 1/3 white. Um, this is I think it's looking pretty nice, honestly. Yeah. So once again, I don't know how well you guys can see that. It's kind of hard to see. Let's see if I can get it to focus. Yeah, it's focusing. It looks good, but there's a few spots where it's a little light. So that's why I said earlier, make sure you do 2 thin coats. Don't glob it on there. Once again, how do I know? I did a mech a year ago, and I globbed on, I don't remember what color it was, and it looked like crap. Not gonna lie, it looked like absolute crap. So, just gonna go where I've already established this blue line is like a dividing area. And we're going to start recoating him. Special emphasis on the spots that are a little on the white side. Trying to get his back out spreading too much of this blue around. Real hard parts in between his neck. Oh, you know what? I forgot to paint his head. Guess I should do that right now. You know what? I think I might leave his head white. Hit it with some black and then muddy up some silver and put that on his head. I think that'll look better. So the top of his head will be a silver color. Instead of the blue. And then the skull pattern on his face, I'm going to do a very nice coat of ivory white on it. And should look cool. I think I'm going to do red canopy glass. I mean, technically, lore-wise, it's not glass. It's transparent steel. But hey, you know, hey, and it's a good thing I'm doing this now because I completely missed this guy's nuts. Completely missed it. There we go. Let's get the front. This is going to be the hard part. And that's why I didn't do his shoulder right away when I came back with the blue. Wanted a place that my finger could rest. So just make sure, not in a rush. You want to kind of keep that line on these really small parts. Instead of trying to paint up and down, I don't know if you can see, but I'm trying to get the brush on the line and then pull towards myself. If you're trying to go up and down, you're more apt to make a mistake, especially if you don't have your finger braced. As I said earlier, a lot of this stuff, you know, nobody taught me. I picked it up through trial and error of doing other mechs and learning that it's not always good to just try to do it I need to move the cam. Oh, it moved. It moved. I'm sorry, guys. My cam, it's not a wireless cam. I really need a wireless cam for this, but I don't have one, and I'm not going out and buying one to do this, you know, once every few months. But thank you for letting me know the camera moved. Once again, get really close, pull towards myself instead of trying to freehand follow that line, that imaginary line of white and blue separation that I made. So trying to get it on camera, if you can see, getting to that line and then pulling towards myself. There's only so much blue that I want to lay down. I really don't want it going on that white. We're gonna come to that line, pull it towards ourselves. I got to do the same thing on the front. Uh, it's been a thing and welcome. I'm not wearing my glasses, so hold on a second. Let me read that name. Variant. Welcome. I've had a strong love for Battletech since the 90s, and I never painted because back then, you know, we didn't have the internet and we didn't have these specialized hobby stores. We had a local game store, but they did not carry paint, not like we have now. And most of what they had was, you know, the testers stuff, which I know you can paint with. But look, I saw my friend that we played Battletech with try to paint minis with testers, and did not work out so well for him. They look like melted ice cream, honestly. I'm gonna need more paint. More paint. Same thing. You want to brace. Try to pull towards yourself when you can. I mean, obviously, you're not always going to be able to, but as I said, trying to keep that line. It's a lot easier. Start at the edge and pull it towards the blue you've already laid down. So, yeah. See, once again, only digit stream. Yeah, it's a only finger stream. So if you guys, you know, if you guys want a tip to see sexier fingers, ooh, you know, you guys can do that. Maybe I'll do a nail trimming ASMR video for you guys if you tip enough. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, I don't know if it was the testers, JT, or if it was just, an 11-year-old with a paintbrush. I really don't know. Sorry, the camera's going to move again. I'm sorry. I'm using my water dropper bottle to keep the camera in position. Sorry, guys. It's not the best, I know. I know. But as I said, make use of what you got. Um, goes from buying paints for minis to buying brushes to minis to buying buying equipment for your PC. Make use of what you have until you can either afford something new or somehow it gets provided to you. So don't don't spend money when you don't have to. Stubborn, aren't you? There you go. One of my hairs fell on the mini, started to get dried into it. Glad I noticed it. You're gonna shift to oils soon. I've heard. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos about people switching to oils for their washes and other projects that they may be working on. So that it seems interesting. I'm not. You know, I'm honestly I'm just starting out. I did do a couple of other mechs recently, and they're in the crafting section of my Discord. There's a link in the description for those of you that might be interested in joining. It's mostly video game Discord, but we do get into other nerd stuff, as you can see. Um, some of the guys in there are super big into Warhammer. Um, I am a Warhammer ignorant. I know nothing of Warhammer. I know some. I shouldn't say I know nothing. I know some. I know the Space Marines and the Tyranids don't like each other, and the God Emperor is fed 1,000 or 10,000 psionic people, telepathy-based people, um, a day to keep the Imperium moving. So that's interesting. But outside of that, I really don't know much about um, Warhammer. Not that I don't like it. I don't have as many years in Warhammer as I do in BattleTech. And at the time, nobody that I knew, once again, pre-internet era, knew what the hell a Warhammer was. So, or that it was even a game. Um, so we just kind of stuck with what we knew. I did play a couple of other tabletop games. Mom and Dad, if you're watching, sorry. Um, I never played D&D. but I did play Shadowrun, which was another one I was interested in the 90s, but my parents didn't want me to play it because it had techno magic and oh, I'm so glad I turned the model this way. There was techno magic and vampires and things like that in there, and they didn't like that sort of thing, which is fine. I mean, I get it. They were trying to protect me and keep me walking the straight and narrow. And when you turn on the news and you see people talking about D&D and the occult and all of that stuff, I understand it. No, you didn't have to. You didn't have to. And I'm not sure if my one day when I'm doing another chill stream, um, we'll have to go through and um, fix my on-screen chat because I feel it's too small to read. Because for now, I do not have a way to echo chat. Canop said he'd help me with that, and I'm not sure when that will be because I kind of forgot about it. Slash, I was having, holy shit, I didn't realize how much paint I had towards the top of my brush. And I got some all over. It's not good. It's not good. We're going to set up a way to echo the chat. So if you talk on Twitch, it'll show up on the YouTube chat. And if you talk on YouTube, it'll show up on the Twitch chat like it used to. So I used to use Restream, but then they changed the way they're, sorry, I'm trying to get this one white dot. They changed the way it worked, and I'd have to basically reset up my streams every single time I wanted to stream. So I would have to set it up on YouTube and Twitch, and it would then want me to go on their program and basically set it all up again. And I don't know why they did that because it worked so well where you just enter in your information on YouTube and then you opened up Restream and click connect, and Restream would be like, cool, we got you, bro. Go ahead and click that stream button and we'll send it to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. And then they stopped. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. Pop, pop. Okay. I really don't know why they stopped. Let's find that water. There it is. Oh, big time. Big time. Meek, what's up, man? How you doing? How you doing? We're just painting and talking nerd stuff. Applying the second coat of, if you guys are interested in the blue that I'm using, I don't know if it's going to show up, but this is Vallejo extra opaque heavy blue. Um, you know, technically, if I follow all the big YouTubers, I'm using the wrong paint. Oh crap. Got paint where I didn't want to. I don't know how that happened. That's all right. We'll just coat it and coat it and coat it and coat it in white when we get there. It's so thin I can already see it's dried. I must have dripped on it. And if it doesn't turn out right, we'll just paint blue over it. Yeah, I'm supposed to be using like a royal blue or imperial blue for this. But I figure what I have planned. I can't believe I got that. That's not supposed to be blue right there. Let me turn it. See that really whitish? That's not supposed to be blue. I'm gonna have to go over that with some ivory. See if I can fix it. And Meek, if you still want to hook up later and do the sound, I can show you what I do. It's not overly complicated. It will take time if you change games, but it's not overly complicated. If I can figure out how to do it, you should have no problem being able to figure out how to do it. I did smear a little bit of the side of that panel too. Oh, missed a spot. I can see the white poking through just a little bit. Go. Just go in there. There we go. Still, he doesn't want to focus. I need to get a specific kind of camera for this, but I'm not going to. That's my interpretation of Lyrian Guard, his white and blue scheme. Let's clean this off. Probably going to need another glob of blue and a little bit of water. Gundam? No, Battletech. 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 Oh dang. It was good. It was good seeing you, Varian. That's pretty cool, but also, I mean, I feel you. It's cool, but it sucks because you never could replicate it. But hey, it gives you something to strive towards, right? All right. You know what? Let me see if I can get this big bad boy to hold on to some water and drop it. perfect. Honestly, it's been a pretty nice brush to use. I've never used that brush before to do large amounts of blue. See, now that I'm into, I don't want to say detailing, but into trying to move, stay on that line that I've created. I'm using a smaller brush. What is this, a round 3? I could probably go even smaller, but you know, we'll start with, we're going to start with that line again. So we're going to do the, if you guys can see me, we're going to do the same thing we did before. I'm going to creep up to that line, pull towards myself, across the blue we've already established. If you pull the opposite way, obviously, now this one, I'm going to have to go the opposite way, how the model is. Don't want to get blue. The white is where you don't want blue. Okay. Hardest part is done on this guy. Other thing that kind of sucks with this particularly small mech, that he is fragile, quite bendy. You want to be very careful how much pressure you're really putting on him. You don't want to snap him while you're painting him. So couldn't exactly follow my own advice there, but you're not always going to be able to on these models. It's not always spot of white I just get in. Just not always going to be possible. So obviously do it where you can, diggity. But if you have to change positions and move the model, do it. Um, only make it easier for yourself. So about to touch wet paint. We're going to do the same thing on the back. Come up to the line towards ourselves. That one I can't do. There's a groove. You probably can't see it on there because this camera just does not want to focus on these little tiny minis. It does not want to focus on them. There's a little groove right here on his butt. Now we can kind of go a little ham now. We don't have to worry about that imaginary line we drew. We can kind of paint on here, not have to worry about that white. The other nice thing about, once again, this is coming from my own experience, not YouTube or anything like that, is that if you paint in very thin coats, you it will dry faster. Then means you can make your second coat or your third coat, whatever you're trying to do, a little bit quicker. Because kind of nice. Now, gotta make sure it's dry. Otherwise, you will cause problems, obviously. Carry this blue. I might have to come back in and second coat in this area, but obviously it's not. Yeah, it's better. Make sure you get all his little in-between parts. That's one thing I don't like about painting on these guys. They have so many hard to reach spots, whether it's in between legs, in between the arms. There's just so many these hard to reach spots, minis, and kind of a pain. Not gonna lie, kind of a big pain actually, and it's really comes down to how you hold it, position yourself. So once again, I am not a professional. Don't take anything I say as God, the gospel. Come to me a few months from now, be like, I was painting a mini just the way you said, and I messed it up. I did what you said. I'm not professional. I do this. I like it. I enjoy it. It's fun. And some people wanted me to share my little journey of painting with them. I said, you know what? Sure, I can do that. I can do that. And another thing, keep in mind that if you do want to paint minis, one of the biggest things that held me back from doing it for a long time was I was worried what people were going to say about my mini. And I learned who cares? They can think what they want. I'm enjoying it, and screw it. I enjoy it. And I don't need validation from those people. So we're going to sit and let that dry for a couple of minutes. Most of the blue is out of that. Looks like muddy Kool-Aid. It's kind of crazy looking, honestly. And no, also, it also goes with without having to say much, you know, I have done all of this on a budget. I bought a starter pack of this stuff, Vallejo model color, some starter set. I bought a 6-pack or 8-pack of Game Wash starter pack, and that was like $10. The model color stuff was like $20, $24. And then I bought these extra opaques, which I believe were like $18. Now, and I didn't do this all in one shot. I bought a little bit at a time, spread it out. These paintbrushes are from Hobby Lobby or Walmart or whatever. I did buy a couple of other bottles of paint separately because I found out the hard way painting white on top of gray is and black is hard and requires a lot of patience. And then I found out that using an ivory or a cream color helps out with that. And I had to buy a new thing of white because this top part right here, just the edge, had cracked and it all dried out. So yeah, that sucked. I had to buy a whole new bottle. Yeah. You know what? Well, that dries. Where's my black? Let me get this black out here. Sorry, camera's gonna move. I don't have a real wet palette. So basically I'm using parchment paper, semi-permeable, or not, it's semi-permeable. So you get some moisture through it, and then just some paper towels and a what do you call it? A Tupperware. Oh, nope, that's white. I don't want white. I want the black. I want the black. You know what? Let's try. No, that's not it. Silver. Where are you? Here we go. We are gonna do. Should have brought a toothpick up here. Shouldn't do what I'm about to do, but going to anyways. All right, so that's about 2 droplets of neutral gray. And also, if you're wondering why, so obviously you should always shake your paints, but you might be able to hear a little bit of a clacking, and that's because I put an agitator in all of them. So if you have dropper bottles like this, you probably should put an agitator in it. You should not do this with your paintbrush. It's not a good thing. Now we got a nice black gray. And we are going to very gently paint this guy's head. Very gently. Okay. We're going to have to come back through with the blue because I see something I want to do. This is going to be difficult. You know what? I didn't notice, but my music stopped. Why my music stopped? There we go. Much better. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to use the blue again. I think this is going to look cool. You know what? No, I'm not going to use the blue. I'm going to keep using this gray. This black gray I just made. I think it looks cool. Definitely going to... I think this color scheme's going to look cool on the head. I'm done with it. I think it's going to look really cool. Just get this one dang white spot. There we go. Start it again. Problem really is finding that edge. This, I'm sorry, but what I'm planning on doing, I think this is going to look really cool once we're done. I'd also like to give a shout out to somebody I met doing this whole YouTube thing. His name is Dungeon Brush Babbles. Honestly, we don't talk on like a personal level. Like I don't he doesn't have Discord. I don't talk to him on Discord or anything like that. But his videos kind of gave me confidence to do this. So I would like to thank him for inspiring me and kind of without knowing it, give me the confidence to do this sort of thing. I don't think I would have done it. I would have done it if he hadn't. Trying to get into these recessed areas a little bit better before we move on. All right. Now, if I can pull this off, I think it's going to look really cool. I think so, yeah. So we are going to get some more of this black gray I made. I'm going to put it in a couple of spots. Black gray on the muzzle of this gun. Set up for gunmetal. And I'm going to do the same thing. This little antenna here. Find a good spot to put my fingers. Get into this little crevice here. Right, I'm going to do the same thing. He's got another little antenna over here. And he's got a radar dish looking thing stuck to that, stuck to the side of his head. We are going to very, very, very gently put some this black gray on there. I'm going to do these, I'm going to coat these again with some gunmetal. And it has flakes in it. Kind of hoping it dulls it down a little bit. Oh, guys, this is going to look so sick if I can pull this off. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool. All right. Before we move on, to the whites. Noticed I've got a few more blue spots that didn't quite take the blue. We're going to go through and hit those up a little bit. This is also another nice thing about using a wet palette. Your paint stay wet. Stay wet. Why do I want to say white? Stay wet longer. Gives you more time. Come back to them if you need to, without having to use more out of the bottle. Not that it's a big deal, because I mean, I probably used a few micro ounces out of this bottle to cover these two mechs. Is there any other blue areas? Shoulder. That blue is going to be so hard to cover up that I made a mistake on. Alrighty. Okay. I think double check this guy real quick too. See, that's the other thing too. Whenever you think you're done, go back through, check it again. You don't want there to be spots that you missed. So go back, check, turn it all around. Make sure there's not spots that you missed. Looking for any spots that look there's a little white showing underneath. Looking pretty good so far. Give that a really good clean. I'm gonna go back to this blue gray or this black gray that I made. I'm going to coat the end of the barrel. You know what? We'll wait for it to dry a little bit more. And do just the tip of this antenna, like the top third. This antenna. Why, you ask? I don't know. I think it might look cool that way. Right? A lot of this stuff is just personal preference, right? You could take and, like, I'm trying to use an actual unit from Battletech, but it's more of an inspiration than it is you have to do it this way. So, yeah. As Dungeon says, do what you feel. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing what I feel. Remember what I said about bracing these guys. Especially on these light mechs. Very, very, very careful how much pressure you're putting on them. You don't want them to snap while you're in the middle of painting. That would be really disastrous. Try not to do that. Try to the touch. I'm going to test it. Really worried it might tear. Seems like okay. And one of the next things I'm going to order a real wet palette, because using a homebrew one, it works, but also I don't want to throw all this paint away. I could do 2 more mechs in this color scheme, but I'm not going to have time for that. So it's kind of where we're at with that. Can't believe I forgot to do the inside of this Atlas's barrel. That's not good. Not good. There we go. All right. I will be right back. I am going to wash those brushes, grab a couple of toothpicks, and then we are going to start doing the white and other details on these 2 mechs, because these guys are about past the basing stage, and we should be good to go. So now, as I said, when I come back, we're going to be using some ivory white on these guys, and I have an idea for the head. Oh, I'm glad I looked at this before I washed my brush. I have an idea for the head of my Atlas. Where'd it go? There you are. Crap. We'll just paint over it. It'll be fine. We're doing 2 coats of white anyway, so we got to do a couple of extra, we got to do a couple of extra. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. As Bob Ross would say, it's a happy little mistake. Panel goes down. Screw it. We'll just keep that whole panel. Try not to get white on the face. Or black on the face. You know what else I should do to get this ready? Because I don't want it. I don't want his chomper's bright, shiny gunmetal. Okay, we kind of just got to trust the process because now he looks like the Joker. We're just going to have to trust the process. All right, I'm going to clean these brushes out, get a fresh cup of water, and we're going to move on to white washes and some other detail. And these guys might actually be done here in a couple of hours. Hour, maybe. We'll see how this white goes, how the white covers. The blue did really good. Blue did really good. I'm very happy with the blue. Very happy with how that blue turned out. All right, I'll be back. Clean brushes, clean water, and little bathroom break, but I will be back. So I'm going to change the scene on you guys. Sorry. And if anybody's watching, sorry. I've got to do this. So I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. Sorry about that. But I needed water. I needed clean those brushes out on the ASAP. Sure if anybody's even here watching. And I don't care. I'm not doing this for clout. No, I'm definitely not shitting and smoking. What happened? Huh. I think my headphones just broke. Oh, well, that's why, because I yanked them out of the port. All right. So let's get back to it. Gonna those off to the side. We're gonna need them. All right, where's my ivory? Right, JT? Never try to freak out about your equipment until you've checked it all. And make sure you do the IT thing. Did you turn it on? Is it plugged in? You got to go through all the IT steps, right? All of them. All right, let's get a little ivory out on here. Now, I was debating on whether or not I was going to use the big brush for this, and I feel like the big brush might be a little too much. Maybe on, you know what, the Atlas, it should be fine on his arm and leg. As I said earlier, make sure you thin your paints down. You don't want them to be a glaze consistency, but you definitely want it to spread a little bit more evenly than it does coming straight out of the bottle. A little much there. There we go. Just going to have to be careful when we get towards the blue. Now, it's not that big of a deal. If I get it on the blue, it'll cover easy with the blue. Definitely cover a lot easier. Just don't go ham with it, right? Nice, smooth coats. Don't want it globbing up on you. See, I'm only going to use this brush to a point, and then I'm going to stop using it because it's going to get too close to that blue. And same thing as we did with the blue earlier. Don't try to do this all in one coat. You get it all globbed up, and it's just going to look like shit. Even at the what is it? The acceptable shittiness of 3 feet away on a game table. You don't want it to look like shit, right? So try not to glob paint on. Let people see those details, man. Paint it well enough you want them to pick it up and look at it. Right? So we can just kind of jam this in the armpit, not have to worry about the blue. Kind of do the same thing on this side, just kind of jam it up in that armpit. Kind of globbed it up. If you do get it globbed up, don't panic. Dry off your brush a little bit and work it out. See? We did it. Got that big glob out. Worked it out to other parts of the mech. Still see that detail. Have a big pool of ivory. Did fill in that recess though a little bit more than I wanted it to. See? It's fixable. You can't really see, but right here on this spot there's a little X. I got it a little too filled up. So you can just, like I said, rinse your brush off, dry it off a bit. Paint will pull back up into the brush. These are all areas I'm going to use a smaller brush for. Now you may be asking why I didn't start this model by painting it white, and that was because I wanted this blue. I wanted to try to give the effect of it being a bit of a darker shade of blue without it being that darker shade of blue. So that is why I used gray instead of white. Figured in my limited mini painting knowledge that if I gave it a bit of a darker background, it might end up being a bit darker. And it seems like it's worked for the most part. I don't like that right there. The one thing you got to be careful with this big round brush is that it will suck up a lot of paint. So you just got to be careful with it. You know, as I said, I am an amateur. I'm all of maybe 10 mechs into this journey. So kind of learning as I go. But I have painted before, like rooms and houses and stuff like that, but that's nowhere near as detailed as one of these guys is. You're just painting a flat wall. Welcome back, Canop. I'm glad it's not broken too. I've you know what? Sorry, I'm just catching back up on chat. I saw what you guys were saying. I've called maintenance out at my job a couple of times because, look, I'm not afraid to admit it. It's 3:30 in the morning or 3:30 in the afternoon. You know, you're 3/4 of a way through a 12-hour shift, and you forget things sometimes. And I forgot I had stopped a machine by pushing a certain button so I could do something on it. And I couldn't get the machine going again. And instead of stopping and assessing the situation because I was tired, I thought it would be a good idea to call maintenance out there and say, hey, my machine's broken. And then they come out there and look at it, wander around, check a few things, and then look at me and go, what are you, dumb? I mean, they didn't say that to me, but yeah, it was a dumb mistake. I did not click the button to make the machine go again. I was looking at everything else but that damn button. And like I said, they came out, looked at it, and were like, what? What are you doing? What'd you call us out here for? I've done that a few times. Thankfully, they don't get too mad at you. It's mostly like, come on, man. Don't call us out here for that. Really? And it's like, yeah. You're probably right. I kind of messed up. Sorry, my bad. Most of the time they're cool. They're okay with it. They just tell you, hey, pay attention next time. Don't do that. So now, especially when it comes to that particular button, I'm always double checking it. If I stop the machine and it won't go again, I should probably check that button. So I do. That's what I do now. I had to ditch the big brush. I don't want to accidentally touch blue. Like I said, it'll be easy enough to fix. I don't. If I can minimize how much I'm going back and forth, touching up blue, that's good, because I don't want to have to keep going back and touching stuff up. How'd that baseball game go? I saw you posted pictures of it, but how did it actually go? Mariners win. You have a good time with your boss. Also, another thing I learned while doing this is don't be afraid to use the side of your brush. That's what it's there for. Don't be afraid to use the side of your brush. Trying to get into some certain spots, or even stay away from certain spots. So blue is actually covering up pretty well where I made those mistakes earlier. Keep pulling it away from the camera. I'm sorry, guys. 192. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's not so much. I have a routine. It's just that I forgot to take my glasses off. No wonder why I was starting to feel my eyes go cross-eyed. I have a basic routine. It's just sometimes the machine does not want you to have crap. Sometimes the machine just does not want you to have a basic routine. It'll just randomly do things, and then you kind of gotta troubleshoot it yourself before you call the troubleshooters. They don't want you calling all the time for a random stoppage. You kind of need to figure it out yourself before you call them. Like it kind of needs to be a big deal before you call them. So I try to not call them if I don't have to. And the thing is maintenance is working on a bunch of machines that are 30 and 40 years old. So it's not just your machine that they have to worry about. They have a lot of machines that they are trying to take care of. So you kind of calling them out is kind of a last resort. You want to make sure that you've exhausted all other options before you call them out. So that's kind of what I do. Obviously, if your machine's broke, it's broke. But even then, you still should be checking to make sure that you've done everything you need to do on your side before you're calling them out. And I'm sorry if my voice keeps getting muddled. My mic is not in the best spot. I almost broke my own rule. It's not my rule. I'm sure somebody else came up with it long before I ever started painting minis. And I have to hit this one spot with blue again. I just need just one little line of blue. And honestly, the work I do isn't terribly complicated. Um, it's just when machines randomly break down that is when it gets complicated. So that part sucks. Definitely needs another coat. Part about getting between his legs really sucks. Sorry, I don't have a handle where you guys can easily see what I'm doing. Old prescription bottles with blue tack. That's what I use. As I said earlier, if you're going to do it with blue tack, try not to let them sit too long on here. Otherwise, this blue tack is an absolute pain in the nuts. Peel off the bottom of these mechs. So get them on, paint them a little bit. You're going to be done with them for a while. Like, you need to let them dry. As soon as they're done drying, if you're not going to paint anymore, get it off. You do not want to be sitting there with a hobby knife trying to peel off this blue tack. It's a pain. Once again, that's something I learned as I did it. Nobody's going to teach you that. I've seen people use epoxy, a little bit of super glue, and all of those methods work fine. I was recommended the blue tack method, and that's what I did, and it works, I guess. I'm in the complicated spots. So if you've asked a question or said something funny or sarcastic to me, sorry. We'll read it in a minute. This first coat, ivory on this guy's face. Same thing. I'm just trying to brace this guy, trying to pull towards myself and not towards these other colors. It would be easy enough to go over black, no problem. You'd cover that up real quick. Just don't want to do it. I don't have to. Same with this blue. Really don't want to go over on the blue. Just want to get my white on. And leave it there. Alrighty. Speaking of blue, I'm going to wash that off. Go back to our blue. Good tip here. Trying to bring out blue line I made down his chest a little bit. It was a good line. It was just in a couple of spots, not where it should be. Finish pulling out this line. Check chat. It's probably because of the chemical composite of, because they're not using like a resin or a typical plastic. They're using a PVC plastic, and it's probably something in the chemical bonding causing it to stick. As close as I can get with that brush. For anybody interested, I'm using this .00. I'm trying to follow this line. Armor panel. Best I can. You know what I think I like the best about painting middies versus playing Star Citizen, that if I make a mistake, my mistake, and I can't get mad at myself, and I could. Yeah, somebody's raiding me. Hey, Pagan. What's up, man? How you doing? Another coat on this blue. All right. White's done on him. First coat. Alrighty. Let's get back to white. Now we gotta do our first coat on the locust we got here. Get a good little bit going on here. Move him out of the way so you can see what I'm doing as best you guys can. This is not the right camera for this at all. I apologize, but I didn't know I was ever going to do this. And again, never thought I'd stream either, so that. How you doing, Pagan? How was your Star Citizen stream? I was lurking and I could hear you every once in a while in the background. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm making my way around this arm. Making sure if I get any cooling. I did thin out this white kind of a little too much, but it's okay. It's still spreading pretty nice. No one died. Support. Hey, I mean, it's kind of the goal, though, isn't it? Is to not die. So I guess mission accomplished, so to speak. Right, this arm's basically done. Right. This guy's so small, it's very hard. I'm trying to do the complicated parts first this time. Guy's so freaking small. Make that line. Couldn't be pulling this way, but remember what I said, guys. Do the best you can. When you're coming up on a line, you are trying to keep to the line and pull away from the line. But you're not always going to be able to do that. Just do the best you can. Try to keep that line. Trying to keep a very even line between the blue and the white. Yes, I know. It's not pure white. get it. I get what you're saying. But gotta put this ivory down first, guys. Plus mech. Also gonna get a black wash. Now I'm gonna use a pure white. I'm gonna use a pure white for highlighting after this has gotten a wash. This is so hard to come up to that line I made. I kind of made it curve a little on the side. I wanted it to curve. Could have maybe picked a better spot to have it curve. Yeah, this camera is just does not want to autofocus on these guys. You can kind of see it right here. Right there on it. It's got a little curve in the blue. Yeah. I have an only digit stream now. Make sure you spread the word, guys. I'm gonna grow this OnlyFans. I mean only digits. Same thing. I'm gonna cover the whole leg. I probably use the bigger brush, but I'm so worried on this little guy. Very worried. And I'm gonna get ivory where I don't want it, like I just did. I have to go back through and touch it up. Like I'm going to that. At least I didn't use any crazy mixes for the blue. You know, like 2 parts gray and 3 parts blue or anything crazy. I can just pour it right out of the bottle and fix it. So, we already messed that up. That's okay. We'll fix it later before we put the wash on. Now I can kind of go ham. Don't have to worry about hitting that blue all the way over here on this leg. And as I said, 2 thin coats. I didn't hear the Shane play. I hope you guys heard it. Did I unplug my damn headphones again? Yeah. Should have put the extension in. It's okay. That is okay. It's fine. So, I don't know about you guys. I love Battletech. I love the lore. Now, granted, when it comes to the lore stuff, I'm really, really far behind. So I stopped following the lore um, right around when they created in the game the second Star League, did Operation Bulldog, the Battle of Tukid. Well, the Battle of Tukid took place before that. Um, and then I fell away from it because, all my friends stopped playing, and, we all grew up and got responsibilities. I know, right? Sucks. Adults having to do adulting, right? So, we got jobs, college. Some of us, you know, were really lucky nerds and, got with a woman and had kids. So, um, you know, it kind of like the breaking up of the Beatles. I'm just kidding. It was like it was slow. It was eight, nine, 10 of us down to, like five of us and four of us and then three of us, and then by that point most everybody was gone. So kind of packed it all away, left it in storage for years. I would play the games when they would come out, and I blame about a year ago, year and a half ago. I blame the YouTube algorithm. YouTube algorithm, for whatever reason, decided to show me miniature painting, and it's like, you know what, I should try that, and I did, did on a couple of mechs, and they sucked. They looked like little kids got a hold of some paints, splattered it all over some plastic robot looking things, and it did not look good at all. And yeah, I was not happy how they turned out. So I decided to wait until I could afford the newer models of mechs and really get back into this, because the older models of mechs, I'm not going to go and get them. um yeah, you can do that, Meek. You can definitely do that. Get this blue back out. It's drying up on the wet palette, because the wet palette's not really a wet palette. It's a made at home wet palette. Does it work? Yeah, not very well though. Let's see, can we pick up this little guy? Just like that. Ugly white spot made. Yeah, if you guys, I could talk your guys' ear off all about Battletech. And there's more than just this one robot. I have, or mech. I have a whole bunch more. Um, I got, so I got my mom sent me, birthday money. Yes, I know. I'm 44 years old. I've told her repeatedly, stop sending me stuff, but she doesn't listen, right? Moms will be moms, right? And so I used some of that birthday money to buy a box set. That's on its way. So another 8 minis are on their way. I bought the 4-pack of minis, and really liked how they looked. and I knew I was getting a bonus at work. So it's like, you know what? This bonus is going to be really nice. I'm going to use some of that extra bonus money to I'm going to need the little guy. Wash that back out. I'm going to use that, and I'm going to get the Alpha Strike box, and I'm going to do all those minis up, and it'll be awesome. And I'm doing a couple of them right now. The first, hmm, the first, the first mechs I did out of that little shitballs. The first mech I did, first three mechs I did, it didn't turn out the way I was hoping it would, and it's with this. Um, I ended up using some simple green on them. I really did not like how they turned out. So, redoing those. And it's funny because I say I didn't like how they turned out. The problem was I did not pay attention to what this painter was doing. I was trying to use um, called Citadel contrast paint, and I did not trust the process. I did it. I didn't like the way it looked. Thought it looked bad, and it turns out I did not wait long enough for it to dry, and I ended up um, stripping all of those for basically no reason. So I'm starting over on those guys, and I'm going to do one and do the contrast paint, except this time I'm going to trust the process and let it dry before I freak out again. Because I don't want to do all that work all over again. For you guys know, doing extra work is terrible. I hate doing extra work. I don't have to do extra work. I don't wanna, and I won't. Not because I'm lazy. Just don't want to do extra work. Why did my music stop again? There's no way. There's no way we went through all of that music. There's no way. Just keep randomly stopping. Yeah, way, way, bruh, way. Need a little bit more of this ivory. That should be enough to get me through. Let's use this brush again. Drop of water. I didn't feel like using my eyedropper again. Or the bottle dropper. because then it moves the camera. You guys can't see what I'm doing. I don't think you guys can really see what the hell I'm doing anyways. Maybe for the next time I should find a different way of doing this. Because I don't think you guys can see what I'm doing. Before we do a wash, have to touch up some blue again. Yeah, if there's anything you guys want to know about Battletech, just ask me. As soon as I look at the chat, I'll answer it. I'm going to work on the back and follow this line down. Remember, if you're on a panel that you can't pull towards yourself, and the best way to stable it and just go for it. Not always going to be perfect by the book every time. This is a three-dimensional object. It's difficult to always start at the edge and pull in. So just do what you can. Do as best as you can. If you make a mistake, it's okay. You can fix it. Most of this stuff is fixable. And if you make a mistake and you fix it, now you got an extra skill that you may not have had before in fixing the paint you messed up. Again, I am an amateur. This is a hobby. I don't do this professionally. I just like it. I find it fun, cathartic, and have fun with it. Lou just messed up on his ding-a-ling. Painted his nuts the wrong color. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not that gray. Oops. Gonna have to get that 00 detail brush out again. Yeah, we'll have to get out that 00 detail brush and hit it again. And get some of it right now with this brush. About as much as I can get without getting white on the black. Yes, the map is broken down into chunks. So you can start anywhere you want in the lore. But I would recommend starting off with probably the event that set it all up, and that is the Ameris Civil War. I can give you a basic breakdown of it right now. So without, because there's a whole lore before they even get into space, really, and I'm not going to go into that, and most people don't even cover that really. So in 2708, I need another small detail brush again. 2708, we discover the ability to jump a ship, meaning we are able to fold space-time and jump through it. And at that point, we start settling the stars. And slowly but surely, the factions that you hear about, we'll name them off. The Draconis Combine, the Federated Sons. Actually, let me back up. The Karita family and the Draconis Combine. And then you have Davion and the Federated Sons. And then you got the Capellan Confederation, ran by House Liao. And then you got the Purple Birds. That's what everybody nicknames them. You got the Purple Birds, House Merrick of the Free Worlds League, and House Steina of the Lyrian Commonwealth or the Lyrian Alliance. Just kind of depends what timeline you're in. And what ends up happening is the great power that kind of controlled the center of the known universe, the center of known humanity, I should say. So Earth, otherwise known as Sol, otherwise known as Terra. They kind of have all the power. They have all the old technology, all the new technology. They're extremely wealthy. They are like, hey, let's do a space UN, because that would be cool, right? Have everybody on the same team trading and hanging out together. It'll be awesome, right? And so they do it, and the houses all join and are like, yeah, Space UN is awesome. And one of the first things Space UN did was go out to the periphery, or the states or loose states that were on the outside looking in. So the inner sphere is a big, you guys can't see me, but the inner sphere is a big circle, and the periphery is just on the outside of the inner sphere. And the first thing the Space UN did was, hey, let's go make the periphery states our bitches, since they won't join the Space UN, and we have this giant military and this huge budget you guys gave us. We have to prove that it works so that the other great houses don't get any ideas about trying to fuck with us. So let's go kick in the front door of the periphery guys. They don't know what they're doing anyways. They're a bunch of backwards pathetic states. We can do what we want. And so Space UN gathered up its forces and went out and attacked the periphery. And they call that the Reunification War. And shit balls. It's too wet. It didn't go quite as smooth as they thought it would, right? And they did win. Space UN did win, but it also pissed off a lot of people in the periphery. One of those guys, or one of those people, was the Amaris family from the RimWorld's Republic. They were very upset at Space UN and said that they were going to get their revenge. Fast forward a few decades, and one of the Amaris family members weaseled his way into Space UN leaders' good graces and set everything up so that he could take over. He created a fake war. Well, it wasn't a fake war, but he created a fake reason to go to war. They sent the Star League or Space UN army way far away to deal with said fake threat. And once they got far enough away, he basically said, yeah, fuck this noise. Shot Space UN leader in the face. Killed his family. Oops. Got some blue, white on that blue. That's okay. That's why we're going to do touch-ups. And Space UN General Alexander Kerensky decided, hey, you know what? We're going to go take back Terra. We're going to kick this guy, Amaris, the hell out. And we're going to beat him and win. So for the next 14 years, Space UN and the Amaris family, who is now controlling the seat of power in the universe, had a really long 14-year civil war. And then once that's all over, Kerensky takes off, leaves with half the Star League army, and says, fuck you guys, I'm never coming back, because the successor lords were like, yeah, we don't want you being in control of everything, so we do. So we're getting rid of the Space UN army, and you're going to report to us. So make sure you pick wisely which successor state you're going to follow, so that we don't have any problems. And Kerensky said, yeah, to hell with that. He took the Space UN army out beyond the periphery and said that they were going to find a new way of life out there. And the successor states, the Caridans, the Davians, the Liaos, the Steinas, the Merricks, they started a 300-year war that ends up getting broken down into 4 succession wars, and where the actual, if I'm not mistaken, the year, you don't play in the Star League era, you don't play in the first succession war era, you play in the third. If I'm not mistaken, the game starts, the tabletop itself starts in the third succession war era. So if you want to start with lore, you got some options. You can start either in the third succession war, or you can start all the way at the beginning. There's a guy named Sven Vanderplank who has been putting out some amazing videos detailing in great length the personalities, figureheads, and reasons why these guys all did what they did. And then he even breaks down some of the military engagements. Now he's not showing like giant mechs battling each other. More or less, he's showing the big map and then zooming in and being like, "Oh, this is where this battle was fought. This is what happened. These guys won. These guys lost." And then he kind of goes over the casualties at the beginning of each succession war. Um, it's interesting stuff to say the least. I very much enjoy BattleTech lore. It's very deep. It's very militaristic. There is some political intrigue, as I said. Comstar, if you were here earlier, Comstar, they're a remnant of the Star League. It's the one thing the houses have agreed on in 300 plus years, and that was to leave Jerome Blake in charge of communications, and they set up Starly, or excuse me, Comstar, and then they went around taking over a few of the Sol System's planets for resources, and then since then they've dictated the universe's economy, they've dictated the universe's communications, they've dictated their wars, whether or not the great houses wanted that or not. Too bad, so sad. And they've kept all the best technology to themselves, while the successor states said, "Holy shit, there's a cricket still alive on that planet, nuke it." What about mech factories and medical factories that can produce the things that we need to live, like water purification on a planetary level? What about us being able to live until we're about 127 years old? Um, Successor states were like, "Nah, fuck it, nuke it, nuke it." Oh, that person didn't die of radiation. That one last person on the planet didn't die of radiation. Um, Biological weapons. We want nobody left alive on that planet. We're gonna take over the ashes. We're gonna plant our flag, and we're gonna say we win on that planet. And that's what they did for basically the first two succession wars. If they sent mechs and tanks and infantry in, and they didn't get the job done, well, nukes did. Chemical weapons, all that fun stuff. They're nuts, man. I'm not even gonna try to hide it. These people are nuts. They're absolutely nuts. And some of the worst offenders is Comstar themselves. They're probably some of the worst offenders in all of the lore. I mean, none of them like it's weird because they try to portray the Davians as like the good guys in a lot of the stuff that they've put out. But they're really no better than um anybody else in the story. Like they've committed their fair share of war crimes. Like it's pretty bad, honestly. They've done some pretty messed up stuff. But like I said, all of them have done some messed up stuff. The start of the fourth succession war is quite hilarious. A guy by the name of Hans Victor Davion of the Federated Sons got married to, I believe her name was Melissa Steiner. And they got married, and a bunch of the successor lords all showed up and were like, "Yay, this is going to be great. This is going to be awesome." And after the ceremony and the celebratory stuff started happening, Hans clinked his glass until everybody looked at him, and he said, "I love you, Melissa Steiner, um, or Steiner Davian, and I'm going to give you the Capellan Confederation." So not only did they have a wedding, and he gave her a beautiful wedding gift, it started the next war. Didn't last long though. It's some people call it the Fourth Succession War. Some people call it the War of I think 3039, because it didn't last long. Because these weirdos called the clans showed up and kind of united the inner sphere. So I'm not saying all the problems went away, but a lot of the problems went away. This damn music keeps stopping. We're gonna find a new playlist. Oh, the playlist is over. That's why. There's a fun thing. The whole lore and everything that is involved with it. It's very cool. At least I like it anyways. This ivory just does not want a coat. So we're going to be going over it again. Like in some places it's fine, but in other places it just does not want to be that nice ivory color. It's got that gray showing through. So, you know, we're gonna do our best here. We're gonna try to make this work. Clans. If you want me to tell you about the clans, JT, I will. They're very interesting. I mean, nobody can deny that. They are interesting. Like I said, I played them for a long while in my group of friends. So, and I know quite a bit about them. Now, if you're going to ask for individual names and battles and stuff like that, I can't give you that. But they are definitely an interesting factions of people. Definitely interesting. Some people say when it comes to the tabletop game, the clans were the best things to happen to the game, and others think the clans were the worst thing to happen to the game. Just depends on what side of the fence you fall on. I am not going to sit here and be like, I know one way or the other that this is how it is. I never played tournament. I played in my basement, and sometimes my friend's basement. Playing basement rules, Battletech. Never played tournaments. I never did any of that stuff. So I can't be like, oh, they are the best thing that ever happened. Nobody knows what they're talking about. I don't know that. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know. Right. I can get this white to coat, we're almost halfway done. Actually, we'll be a little over halfway done. I'll have to do some more blue touch-ups and let that dry for just a little bit. And we can move on to a wash. I'll have to step away for, well, I'll have to let it dry for about at least 15 minutes before I wash. At least. Being a little bit more liberal with this ivory, not quite coating the way I thought it would. So this being the third coat, I'm kind of being a little bit more liberal with it. I didn't water it down this time. It's kind of coming straight out of the pot, so to speak. I will have to break out the detail brush again soon, though. Fix the blue. I did get some in between his legs. That's not supposed to be there. And I'm afraid with how big that one brush is of mine that I'll end up getting more white on that blue where I don't want it. Actually, I forgot. We can't do a wash immediately after this white, even if it stays this time. Because I'm going to put some, I'm not sure if I'm going to go gold or yellow. Oh, thank you, JT. And hey, thanks for stopping in. Cosmic. Meow. I'm a bit jealous of Hagen. He's always got somebody by his side when he's streaming. Well, almost always. Doesn't always have Cat with them. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm not sure if I want to do yellow or gold. Nah, I know what I'll do. I'll do both of those. Both of those colors are too pretentious for this. I'm gonna do silver, straight silver, and I'll show you what I'm talking about when we get to that part. Now, this ivory just really does not like gray I put under here. All right, that's acceptable for now. Back to the little guy. Can't forget about the little guy. Kind of kicking myself for curving this blue line. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of kicking myself for curving it. We did all right. We did all right. Didn't get any white on that blue. That was good. Oh, there is a lot of gray I missed though. There's a lot of gray I missed. Didn't even see that. That's okay. We got it. We got it now. Got it now. Oh, nope. There's still some gray in there. Right. Couple of dabs. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Battletech. What a great franchise. And a lot of people don't know this. Battletech is older than Warhammer. It came out first and it's been around longer. It's had its fair share of problems, don't get me wrong, but nothing quite as bad as what's just the horror stories that I've heard from the Warhammer fans. Most of Battletech's problems have been legal issues. So, you know. Is what it is. They've been sued a whole Battletech's been sued a whole bunch of times. It's unfortunately passed several hands in the 40 years it's been around, almost 40 years it's been around. So they've definitely had their fair share of problems. Like at first, FASA had it. FASA, however you want to say it. FASA. They had it first. And then it got sold, I want to say, to WizKids. And then it was sold to, I want to say, Tops. Who Tops still has a hand in what Catalyst Games is doing, but yeah, I could be wrong though. There could be more hands that it went through. I could be wrong. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the way the panels are broke down on this mech versus the Atlas. This ivory, ivory's covering better on this Locust than it is on the Atlas. The Atlas, it's like wanting to pull away, especially on the on that big shoulder pauldron. Just does not want to stay. just keeps pulling away and turning gray. But I think I might have a way to stop it, and it's going to have to deal with not fiddling with it and adding yet another coat. It's going to have to be wash it, and I'll have to come back through and basically play color in the lines when it comes to that wash, and maybe the stickiness of the wash will help keep that white where I want it instead of pulling away, because it seems like it's not doing it as bad now that there's a third coat on there, but it seemed like it wanted to pull away from the center and more to the edges when it was drying. So it doesn't seem quite as bad now. Definitely does not seem quite as bad now. We'll take a look at it closer in a minute. Sure. I know I keep apologizing for it, but this is not the right camera for doing this. It's not in the right spot because I don't have the right tripod. But as I said, some people asked me to show this stuff off. I'm doing that the best I can. And we'll do this every once in a while. I'm not going to make this a habit of doing this all the time. But we'll definitely do this every once in a while. And I'll try to come up with a better way of doing it the next time I set this up. All right. He's mostly done. Okay. Time to get this detail brush out again. Yeah, magic is definitely cheaper by far. The miniatures back in the day, so I don't know when you were a kid, but the miniatures back in the day, if they did not come in one of the, I think, 2 box sets that FASA had at the time, you had to buy pewter or lead models, and they were not cheap. They were anywhere from 10 to 25 bucks. So yeah. All right, let me look this mech over. Covering up some white. That's right. He's got some white on his balls. We gotta fix that. It's supposed to be blue there. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to anyways. So you guys can just suck it. you missed it, I was just talking about balls. How you doing, Fate? Doing good, man? All right. That looks mostly good. I'm gonna fix my crooked line here. Got a little bit crooked on the back, but we're fixing it. Nobody will notice. There we go. How you doing, Fate? How's your Sunday? Carrick, paint the Carrick expedition for you. I mean, I could try. I could try. Ah, damn it, I just put white where I didn't want to again. My hand slipped. Thin that out, and then we'll hit it with some blue here in a minute. All right. I don't know if you guys can see him or not. He's looking a lot better now. Blue off there. I need to go back over this gun barrel again. Get some white on there. Where this blue dries out all the way. Oh no, not the blue. I need the white. I need that ivory. I could honestly, I could probably paint the Carrick for real. Damn it. I would just need a really good picture of it. And I could probably do it. It's looking a lot better. Hit a couple more spots. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. If you guys haven't played MechWarrior 5, I can't speak to the clans. One that just came out. It is a standalone game, MechWarrior 5 The Clans. You don't need MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries at all. I have yet to play it, but I heard it's really good, especially if you're into the clans, because it involves Smoke Jaguar, is all sorts of brutal. Probably the most brutal of all the clans. You suck at painting? I mean, the biggest thing, Fade, is to just do it, right? Just do it and get it over with. I'm gonna hit this white up just a little bit more. I know I said I wasn't going to, but the foot's really bothering me. Getting a lot of gray showing through. Okay. I think I'm going to leave it alone for now. Put a wash over it, and it should be okay. I'm thinking that's looking pretty damn good. I think I'm going to leave the top of the skull that black gray. But I think it's metallic time. Use these two brushes. Sorry, I'm thinking this through. Because I am going to put a wash on this. Trying to think how I want to do this. Because sorry, there was a spot that was really bothering me as far as how much gray was showing. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. So I know my camera is really fuzzy. It does not want to pick this guy up at all. Let me move some stuff. Maybe it'll pick it up better. There's less to focus on. So what I'm thinking about doing is the top of his head here is a black gray, and then I purposely left I purposely left a white stripe. It's not focusing. I don't understand why. It'll focus on my hand, but it won't focus on... So I left a stripe on either side of his head. That one's blocked because there's a little radar dish on the side of his head. I'm thinking about putting in some silver on there just to kind of signify like, hey, I'm a command mech. The leader rides in this damn thing. You know what? I'm going to do it. Screw it. And if it gets darkened up by the wash, it gets darkened up by the wash. It's not a big deal. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, so we're going to need gunmetal gray. And then I need to find my silver. Oh, look at that. First shot. First shot. We're going to, you know what? We're going to gunmetal gray up a few of his parts too. Ooh, I missed. Aha. See, this is why I don't put everything away and why having a wet palette is so important, especially if you're new at this whole thing. I missed a whole line of gray on this guy's dick. And we just absolutely cannot have that. Cannot have that. So we're going to fix that up. All right. I'm not going to paint any more white unless I find a spot that's looking really bad and really ragged. So I guess we should look over it one more time, huh? Oh, I found a real ragged part. Real ragged. Oh, that's because there are divots in the plastic. That's why. Oh, there's nothing we can do about that. Just got to fix it and move on. All right. So I think he's done. And we'll do this gun metal and silver piping. I think we're going to start off with the silver piping first. And then do the gun metal. Yeah, we'll use you. We'll use you. That's silver piping. I don't think I'll stream the washing. I think I'm gonna just let it sit and totally dry and either do the wash tonight or the next time I'm off of work. I think we're gonna do these silver and gunmetal accents, and I think we're gonna call it after that. I need to get up and move around. I need to eat. I don't even know what time it is. Whoa. There we go. Even after a good shake, that wanted to be all watery. All right. It's my wet one. That one's not wet. All right. Silver piping. Here we go. I've never used this silver before. It's interesting. Get as fine of a point as we can on here. think that's actually gonna look really cool once the wash is on it. It's like this bright unicorn silver. Doesn't really match the whole BattleTech universe, but I don't really care. I am gonna have to do a touch up on the blue again, but screw it. Let's finish what we started before we start touching up. Yeah, like I said, it's got this really cool unicorn looking bright silver to it. I think once the wash goes on, it'll drown out how bright it is. Mute it up really good. Yeah, I'm digging that. I am very much digging that. And of course, you know, I'm going to do the eyes blood red. Technically, the eyes are where the pilot sits. That's cool. I didn't go far enough down with the silver. Silver again. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I love it. Love it. All right. Did notice, I think it's a spot from where I put my finger before it was all the way dry. Blue. Touch that up real quick. These little piggies down here need a little touch up too. I think I was touching it before it was all the way dry. Just moving it around and resting my fingers. Much better. Much better. All right. Gunmetal gray time. All right. You're dry. Gunmetal gray. All right. Probably didn't need that much. And I'm not thinning this down at all because I want it to sit right where I put it. Don't want it flowing. So this is coming out straight out of the pots, my friend. Straight out of the pot. I got the bottles in the way again. My bad, guys. My bad. That actually did. Actually, that black really did do what I thought it would do. Cool. I like that. That. Definitely digging that. Front of them. Bottom. I think it's a laser here. I used to remember all these loadouts, or at least all the primary loadouts of these mechs. I really don't anymore. Few of them I do. I used to know the primary loadout. Nearly every mech. That mean I have a problem? I don't know. I just like BattleTech. What do you want me to do about it? It's one of those IPs that I wish would get a TV show, but I also know that no matter what, it'll end up getting butchered. So I don't want it to get a TV show. But I think if it had a TV show, it would definitely become a lot more popular. But like I said, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter who would get a hold of it. It would probably end up getting ruined. So I kind of don't want to get a TV show of BattleTech. I'm not gatekeeping. I think that's the term the kids use these days. Not gatekeeping. I just don't want there to be a terrible show associated with BattleTech, you know? Just like I'm sure people that are fans of The Witcher, I've seen like 2 episodes of it and I've never played the game, so take this for what it's worth. I can only imagine how you guys feel if you're one of the people that think that The Witcher was a terrible representation, the TV show, of the books and video game. So I totally get that. Totally get that. I would not I would not want that to happen to my favorite IP, whether it's BattleTech, Star Wars. Oh wait, that already happened to Star Wars. Um, or anything else for that matter. So in that regard, I kind of know how you guys feel. We're gonna gunmetal gray. The tip of this guy's AC-20. Trying to do the same thing of getting to the edge and pulling away, but not always possible, right? Rim is done. I think this is an SRM6. Yeah, it's an SRM6. He's up. The music stopped again. All right. This gunmetal gray is going to need a second coat over here. This blue for sure. Now I'm going to try to gently outline. Guess I'm just going to dab it to do what it needs to do. Okay, that one's done. Same thing over here. Just kind of dab it around. Dab. Go. Fence. Look really cool when the black wash goes on. Their little vent. To his knee actuators. that away from me. Yeah, that looks fine. Happy mistake turned into something good. No elbow actuators. You should be good. Since you're so small. Let's see if we can get in there. Some silver and metal, whatever. Now we have the chore of going all the way around on that little line. I suppose if it gets a little off to the side, it's not that big of a deal. He's right in front of the camera. Sorry for the extreme Atlas close up. It's not a terrible line. It's not a good line. Uh-oh. And I need that white. Wet palette to the rescue, am I right? I got to do some white and some blue. You know, this blue's about cool, 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 cool. It's looking good. It's looking good. Where'd I mess up that blue? Huh? How thin I have this stuff? It's actually drying out pretty fast. Not on the palette, on the legs. Spot on here I messed up. Line. Okay. So I need white. A little bit of that blue. Where else did I mess up? Not bad. Not too bad. Anywhere else? Okay, we're good. I think it was the blue on him. We need a little bit of blue and a little bit of white. Oh, you know what? I didn't finish the. I noticed a spot I missed. Back to the silver. Enough silver. Get him out of the way. Maybe if this camera focuses. Getting the crown of this guy. And I just messed it up. That's okay. He's fine. I'm gonna buy one what? And I'm not a clan fanboy. I don't like the clans. Those weird incestual, well, weirdos. Okay, I think. Yeah, white. We're gonna finish this touch up and then we're gonna call it. I'm a spheroid free birth, Walker. Spheroid free birth. God bless. Or excuse me, Blake be with you. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, I'm not a clan guy. I am a I'm in a I'm a technically I'm a Comstar guy, but you know, I mean, by no means. If you like you like the clans, you like the clans. They do have some cool mechs. I can't argue that. You know, Mad Cat, Mad Dog, Kodiak, just to name a few. I mean, and that's just a few. Um, I like the Summoner. Summoner's a really nice looking machine. But yeah, I am definitely not a clan guy. Glad I didn't put him away yet. I got to do his chompers. Got to do his chompers. Just a little bit more. Go too crazy though. There we go. There we go. Now he's got some shiny chompers. What else can I do before we put this all away? Check for more touch-ups, that's for sure. Before we do this wash. It's all looking pretty good. This ivory just does not want to stick to these parts up on the shoulder pauldron. I've some spots it's like it's fourth coat already. Does not want to stick. I'm thinking once I put the wash on and I go back through and lighten up a bunch of the panels with the ivory before doing the white highlights. I think it'll be better. But yeah, this just does not like ivory in a couple of the spots. You know what? Screw it. Why not? Let's go all in, huh? Let's just go all in. Go all in. It's too watery. Too much water on the brush. Oh, you use enamel? Ooh. I use acrylics. I like acrylics. Plus, I'm still new at this. I like my acrylics. I do matte varnish them when I'm done, though. Why is this coming out so crappy? Sorry, I had to pick up some of that gunmetal that was like pooling up. Edges there. I said this before, but my music stopped. Kind of upset by that. Jamming out to that. Yeah, that looks all right. I'm gonna leave that one alone. I don't think I'm gonna do the actuators like that. Did touch this guy's legs while they were drying though. So let's fix that up with what little blue we have left. I'm really am using the wrong brush for this, but it's just a quick little coat, especially on his feet. Very much using the wrong brush for this, but works good on the toes. Problem is I should have put him on a hand on my one of my makeshift handles. Then the handle would be getting in my way. I was trying to do some of the detail work on his really, really small inside parts. And it just would have been frustrating. And I would have popped them off and I would have smudged even more paint. So I didn't do that. Fine. He came out looking good. He came out looking like a stud. Like a stud. Oh, I have no idea, Walker. I used to follow that stuff. I honestly I don't care. Like they can put out whatever ship they want. I really don't care these days. Um I feel like um they're just in a lot of financial trouble right now. Like big time. Try not to touch him. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna focus. Let's push him forward. Push you forward. See if we can use the hands to get him focused. Maybe this hand. Will you focus? You autofocus, please. It's not autofocusing right. I'll take pictures. There's still a work in progress. I still need to put this wash on them, and then I'm gonna have to go through panel by panel and brighten them back up and or highlight them. So it's very, very, very much still a work in progress. So I'm not sure if I'll stream that next part, but I'll definitely show them off. And as a matter of fact, hold on. Yeah, Atlas. Small one is a locust. Small one's a locust, a little 20-tonner. Back. So I did start working on some of these. Let me get him out of the foreground. Did start working on some of these. Well, they're done. I just need to do the basing. So I did a sort of light lance from House Carita. Got that archer. You can't. It's. I wish it would focus. They look really good. I'm very proud of the cockpit I did on the Atlas. There is some pictures on my Discord, and then we got a wraith here. I got it. Like I said, I still got to do the basing, but that'll be happening in the next day or so. Um, Gold detailing on the sort of light. No, that's gunmetal gray. Oh, you can't see him. Got a blackjack there. There we go. Blackjack. Cockpit glass. I did a kind of like a jeweling effect. Went from, it's very hard to see because of how small it is and how out of focus the camera. Went from a black corner over in this lower corner, and then worked up uh, from black to a black green, green, light green. It really does not show that well. And then we got the little wasp right there. His cockpit came out okay, but yeah, it's cool. He's cool. I do. I do. I do. Um, this one I still have to do some work on. Um, but here we go. Here. That is Natasha Kerensky's Warhammer. I still have some work to do on it, and I got to do the cockpit. I need to do some touch up by the red lines, and then I got to do another coat on pretty much all the red lines all the way around. And yeah, I got a couple on stands that I have. It's off camera and I don't feel like going to get it, but I have one that's it's on a stand. Like, well, you can't see it on camera, but it's got a stand, and then it goes up like 6 to 8 inches high, and then I can adjust it, lower it, twist the magnifying glass whichever way I want. But yeah, I use it for, I was using it for the cockpits. Um, yeah, I wear glasses, but I can't wear glasses when I'm painting. I am nearsighted, and what ends up happening is the magnification is it's just a bit too much when I have the minis in front of my face. So I have to take, and I'll either look under or over the glasses, and it hurts my eyes. So I can't wear my glasses. So it sucks, but hey, you know, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Oh, real quick, I really like how the back of that wraith turned out. The back of the wraith turned out really nice. The archer back is not bad either. Once again, the camera's just not going to focus to show you that sweet gunmetal gray details on their actuators and jump jets. Um, but these, it's only 3. The other 2, I didn't have enough room in my hands. These 3 I will be doing in a Clan Wolf Beta Galaxy type camo. So we got the Warhawk, the Nova, and of course the mighty Timberwolf. That sucks, Walker. That sucks. My eyesight started going when I was 10, 11. I can still see pretty good even far away, but like if you were to ask me to read a sign at 30, 20, 30, 40 feet, if I didn't know was what it said it was, I can't read it for you. Faces get pretty puddly and muddy at 40, 50 feet for me. So do do I do camo? I have another box on the way, and I'm gonna do so. Once I'm done, I'll have obviously this Atlas. This will be House Steiner. I got House Karita. Eventually, because these are gonna, like, honestly, with the way I have these planned to paint, these are gonna take all day, these clan mechs, and I have 2 more. I just didn't have enough room in my hand for them. There's a Pouncer and a Fire Moth. That's, each mech is probably going to take me all day with how I want to paint them. And I have 2 more mechs downstairs that'll be, well, 1 more mech that'll be part of House Steiner. This one, even though it's Natasha Kerensky, I'll sub it in with House Davian, you know, just be special one. And then I have a 4-pack of SLDF Command Lance. Yeah, Command Lance. And I want to do them in Comstar White. And then I got what else do I got? I got another box of 8 coming Wednesday. I'm gonna do 4 of them in the, I forget the unit name, but the Federated, oh my god, the Federated Sons, and they're gonna be I forget what unit. I'm gonna pattern them off of a desert camo pattern. Yes, I spray primer them first. These ones were gray. These are their primer color. So I got khaki. The Steiner Mechs, I primered those gray. So both of these were gray. I probably should have just done white, but I wanted that. Because I used, this is probably not going to focus at all. I used Game Color Heavy Blue, but I did some testers on white, gray, and black. On the black, it soaks up too much of the blue and comes out a really black blue. On the white, it's far too bright. On the gray, I felt like I got the most out of the blue, and I wanted to keep it that way because I'm going to come back through. I'm going to wash these in black. So when I wash it in black, it's going to mute it out a lot. And I'm going to come in with a flat blue and probably do a two of these, two. It's hard to do this backwards. Two of the flat blue to one of this, mix that and brighten up the areas that got washed where it pooled up too much. Like, I can already tell you right now, the shoulder on here is going to get a muddy sheen, and I don't want that. So I'm going to go back through, and I'm going to have to go panel by panel and do that. And then I'm going to go through and do, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to dry brush or edge highlight in a mixture of flat blue, like maybe 1 to 2 or 2 to 1. It just depends on how it comes out looking, of this electric blue. And we'll see how it turns out for these bad boys, these House Davians. When I where is it? I have a brush that I use for washing, and no, I don't use a wide flat brush. I know a lot of people like using that, but I don't. The first time I ever washed one of my mechs, it turned out really badly. That other brush. There it is. I use this brush. That's an extreme close up. I use this brush. It's supposed to be round, but it's not. And it's got it's got extra long bristle on it. So I get about half filled up, and then I move it around with this. And then I have another one. It's over on the other side of not the other side, but over in the corner. I have another one that's got a blue handle on it, and I keep that around slightly damp to help mop up any extra wash that I don't want it where it got. So yeah, I have a wide flat brush, and I actually use this on, where is it? On this guy. It's really hard to see because of the camera. So he actually has 2 dry brushings on him. One is more of like a overbrush than a dry brush. So he got primed in black, and then I came back with heavy charcoal, which is like a really black gray, it's black with a gray undertone. And then I came back and hit it with black gray. So I did an overpaint. I used this flat one as a overpaint on this with the heavy charcoal, and then I used a dry brush and did that black gray on top, and it came out looking pretty good. I like I said, I don't know if it's going to pick it up or not. You can see the, it's a little bit, you can see the color variation of the black to gray to that kind of a bluish gray to black again. I like it. It looks nice. It looks better in person than it does on camera, because I cannot get that damn camera to focus on it for shit. He's got a lot of touch up I got to do. You can't, once again, you can't see it. See how that one red stripe is thicker than the other? I need to go back through and fix that with black. I got a little bit of over red there. Got a driplet of red right there where I didn't want it to be. I need to, especially around the ankles, do more red. And then that spot right there, that's my third coat of red, and it just does not want to take. So I'm gonna have to do probably a fourth and fifth coat. And then I want to, I'm probably not going to do it until I get a pin vise. That's next on the list. But yeah, and then I got to do the cockpit. And I was thinking about doing a really darkish brownish orange transitioning up into a bright orange, kind of like from the lower left up to the upper right kind of deal on an angle. But yeah, I got 5 more models downstairs, 6 more models downstairs. I put them in a soapy bath, in a soapy bath before I started all of this, so I'll have to take them out and scrub them down. I already did the mold line removal most of the way, but yeah. I do like how this Atlas came out. I think it looks pretty cool. It will not focus. I'm going to put some pictures up in the Discord. It's just not going to focus. Maybe if I put him up front. Yeah, he came out. He turned out pretty good. No, I did not 3D print. I did not 3D print. I have hold on. I have this, maybe it'll work better that way. This amazing box. I bought this, and then I bought a standalone 4-pack of other mechs. And yeah, so that box that I just showed you, the Atlas, basically all of the mechs you see on the table came out of there. Plus there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 3 more mechs out of that box. There's 2 more clan mechs, which I got on the shelf over here, ready to go. And then there's 2 more that are in the soapy dishwater mixture I made. Yeah, so yes, I do. I will be lacquer coating these. None of these have been lacquer coated yet because I'm still going to do a base. I'm going to, so there's, I'm going to get what's called plastic wood from Home Depot. It's not too expensive for a little jar like this big. It's not very expensive. It's like $10, $10. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to mush that around on the base. It comes out like a desert yellow. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come through and dry brush it. Once it's dry, I'm going to dry brush it brown. And then I'm also going to take, I live in a very sandy area. I'm going to scoop up some sand, bake it at 400 degrees, and then use PVA glue, Elmer's glue, whatever, and sprinkle that on top and paint it light brown. So it looks like kind of like desert. Yes. Yeah. Like ground, like ground. The reason why the bath confuses people, these are injected molded. These are injected molded, and they use a chemical in between the metal and the plastic for easy separation. And if you don't get all of that off, the paint, even the primer, is just not going to stick. It won't stick at all. So I want to make sure that that is all cleaned off. So I let them soak for like an hour to 2 hours. Today was extreme because I put them in there before I started the stream, but an hour or two. And then I got a brush and I just brush them off real well and make sure all the, because you can see it. It looks like a clear, it looks like clear sticky water in between the cracks. You'll see it. Yeah, it's a quick release. Yeah, exactly. So you just scrub it off and it comes right off. I usually do the mold lines first and then throw them in the bath, scrub them off, and then look them again. But I'm going to tell you straight out though, these models are really good. They're really good looking. I've not seen any what's that called when they injection mold it? Slippage, where one side is higher or lower than the other. I've not seen it of the 17 models that I have so far. None of them have slippage. They all look really good. The weapons for the most part are really straight. The antennas for the most part are really straight. The only one so far that is a little bent up is him. The front gun's a little bent slightly upwards, but it doesn't bother me. I could fix it with a cup of nearly boiling water, but I'm not. It's fine. It's fine. This Natasha mech, the right gun curves just slightly to the right. It's not enough to bother me. I don't really care too much. I'm just right now I'm just trying to paint these things and do a good job of doing so. But I'm really, really happy with how these Lyrian Guard mechs turned out so far. And I'm not even all the way done with them. I mean, I honestly, if I was lazy, I could just throw on some red for the cockpit glass and be like, all right, they're done. And then base them and be done with it. But I'm going to wash them. I'm going to come back through and brighten up every single one of these panels by hand with the blue and the ivory on both of these mechs. And then I'll either dry brush or edge highlight with just pure white. Yeah, I'm going to be doing I'm going to be hitting Canup up for those miniatures. You know what? I'm going to make you guys sick here for a second. Let me see if I can get this to work. You know what? Yeah, I might make you guys sick. I'm going to cover up the camera so you guys don't get sick from me rotating it. Yeah, welcome to my house. You guys can see my house, what my house looks like without the green screen. Pile of shame behind me. Right there. And that desk right there. Bills and stuff. Let's see if I can get this to focus now. No, he still don't want to focus. Let's see, can I get it to focus? No, it just does not want to focus. I don't. I don't. My two oldest daughters play it. The second oldest, she doesn't play it so well, but my oldest, she plays. She's in band for alto sax, and she plays guitar a little bit, ukulele a little bit, keyboards, and tuba. So she plays a lot of musical instruments, and she does pretty well. Nah, it just will not focus. Nah, I'm really proud. I'm really proud of how that curve. It's so hard to see that curved white on there came out on the center torso right there. You can see how I curved it. Looks really good. I like it. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I need to clean up this big giant mess and make some dinner. I'm starving. I have no idea what I'm gonna eat, but I'm going to. Played sax and clarinet. I played trumpet and bass guitar. I wasn't too bad at it. You guys have a great one as usual. So long. Thanks for all the fish and all that fun stuff. And I'll catch you guys. I don't know. I'll catch you guys next week sometime because I go back to work tomorrow. Peace, guys.